Alright, well, Yu-Gi-Oh fans, it appears that Mystic Mine has finally gotten banned. Incidentally, I also got a phone call from one of my friends who lives in Hell, and he said that they're getting snow, and I was wondering what that was about, but apparently that explains all of it, huh? Funny how that works out. Anyway, I did a little bit of stuff off camera, which I will go into in a moment. I picked up the enhanced booster for the ship. We're also going to pick up the hyperspace warp system, the ultra charging shield system, torpedoes, multi-torpedoes, the mega mines. Oh yeah, I bought the nuke also. And that is going to give us a skill point called Nice Ride, because we've upgraded every part of Ratchet's ship. And you know what? We've got a little extra raritanium on us. Why don't we look at some of these color schemes and go, oh ye gods, these are terrible. Clown spots, what the hell? This one looks kind of like a classic. Shark teeth. This thing's like cow spots, I think. We got camo, black with red highlights, black with blue highlights. Kind of makes it look like a gaming PC from about 8 years ago. It's blue, just green. We got a couple of different these things. They're just appearance, really, though. So, I like the wings. The wings are fine. But we're going to go ahead. We're going to turn this thing into a taxi. Because honestly, why the hell not? And we can see that our ship is normally called Blargian Red. What a choice of, you know, the guy who was just fighting the Blarg has got Blargian Red for his spaceship color. And we are going to work on picking ourselves up the rest of the stuff that we missed. Oh no, most of the pain of this game is severely reduced at the moment, that's for sure. Although there is definitely going to be a little bit of me being like, where the hell is anything? There's a platinum bolt that I know that I missed on Maktar Nebula. I can go back and get that. But I did a little bit of scouting around, and I found where the one nanotech upgrade I'm missing is. It's at the end of this planet's glider course. Oh, also, I did buy the hover bomb gun, and we upgraded the mini rocket tube to the mega rocket cannon. I'll show this thing off real quick. In addition to making a Devastator-like sound effect, not like the Transformer, like the gun from the previous game, we can charge it up to fire a salvo of 4 missiles at once. That's a great way to start a fight, and often it's just as great a way to end a fight. The hover bomb gun kind of sucks. I mean, it's not horrible, but I don't really like it. So we press circle, and we get sort of a remote mine that we press circle again to blow it up. If we press and hold the circle button when we launch the mine out of the gun, we can sort of move it back and forth and a little bit up and down. You can see that that's not really the most wieldy application, though. It's really just sort of best used for double tap for huge damage. Anyway, we've got a couple of things to grab in this area. Let me equip the Terminator properly here. Get these garbage bugs out of here. And we all remember how the scale thing in this area works, right? So, if I'm not mistaken, the platinum bolt is in there? We can't quite reach it by a double jump. We may be able to long jump to it. No matter what, though, it's going to be a bit of a tight operation. And in fact, we may have to do that from up here. As for how I raised my money, I did it using the spaceship minigames. I will show that off. I'll show off because I bought the nuke. I'll show off how that works in a bit. And we can all kind of go, wow, they still use nuclear weapons in this era? That's really weird. Especially when there's just so many robotic life forms throughout things. I also was kind of reminded of the fact that, hey, yeah, there's literally just a robot city in one of the planets we were just on. And that's very silly. Yeah, good fucking look, Stream Elements bot. Then again, I guess that now I'm actually live. For those of you who can't see it because you're watching the VOD on YouTube, and the Stream Elements bot doesn't actually show up in the chat display for whatever the reason may be with Stream Elements, probably because they were like, hey, yeah, let's not clutter up the screen. And yeah, here's the easier way of getting it. It just popped up a display saying that I'm live. Which I've been for technically about 7 minutes now, but I was live earlier. It's just that my rinky-dink operation had a bit of a technical issue that I had to fix. Because when I do games that are on AV out stuff, like on the PS2, I am operating off of a cheap USB, little AV to USB 2.0 thing, you know, kind of like a Dazzle, but much cheaper, because nowadays those are just mass manufactured by some company in China or something, and you can get them for like $10 or less, not even on sale if you go on Newegg or something. And it's easier to do that than it is to set up my HD capture unit to go out to a monitor and that. So, yeah. I've got to look into getting something a little better probably, but we'll burn that bridge when we cross it. For now, though, you'll see that it's pretty easy that I could have missed where this particular health upgrade is. It's on top of the 4th pillar. And that's not the 4th pillar, that's the 3rd pillar. Unless that's the 5th pillar. And I miscounted. Yeah, okay, there it is. It just popped in. On top of the 4th pillar, and it blends in real easily, and it's hard to see, and it doesn't have the greatest draw distance in the world. But now we can just plunge ourselves straight into the orange goo of death down below. And we're done here. I believe we've gotten we've got everything on Tabora now, I believe. Yeah. There are 0 crystals remaining in the desert. Now let's get in our space cab. Kind of like Crazy Taxi, but even crazier. Crazy Taxi! I don't think I've ever played Crazy Taxi, actually. I believe I own it on Steam. And if not, like, I cannot possibly have difficulty emulating Crazy Taxi on Dreamcast emulators, which I know that Dreamcast emulators exist and work, so, like, yeah. Pick those up just to try to take them out the pool. And yeah, the only weapon that we have left to purchase here is the Zodiac. There's the Rhino 2 back on Barlow for $1 million, and there's the Carbonox armor at an armor merchant for $1 million as well. So right now, if we want to purchase everything pre the end of a regular playthrough, we need 3.5 million bolts. Not counting ammunition costs. Which, hopefully those will at least be eliminated by the existence of ammo crates. Alright, so the other one is not too far from here, I don't think. I just have to figure out where it is. There's gonna be like some sort of faraway mass that we can land on. It might be from upstairs. We're gonna go back upstairs and try that. I mean, that building looks like we could land on top of it. I just have to actually hold down the R1 button, apparently. But just in case, I do have a list of things open. And anyone who tells me that that's not kosher, I've done this before, so I think I've earned this. I keep bringing that up like anybody who's actually watching this cares, but you know, one of the great things is that with any sort of media is that you do just randomly get random people who will walk in and be like, well, I'm gonna view this. Like, my most recent video on YouTube does have more viewers than I have subscribers, so clearly some people have just been out there looking at it and who aren't subbed to my channel, although, like... thoughts on Ptolemaeus going to 3? Don't really have any right now. I don't remember what Ptolemaeus does, but I do remember that it was... I remember that Ptolemaeus was a very problematic card, is the main thing. However, there is so much stuff in Yu-Gi-Oh! That is and has been issues for long periods of time. Okay, yeah, so we gotta... I went on the wrong side of this, but apparently it is here. Yeah, so... Like, there's... I feel like there's a lot of stuff in Yu-Gi-Oh! That probably could get away with being unbanned. Make any rank 5 non-number XCs. Okay, gotcha. I mean, that's potentially pretty potent, but if Xyz hasn't been a very strong summoning mechanic for a while, which it sounds like it hasn't, I mean, then by all means, fuck it, let him have it. Especially if it's, like, easy enough to get out. I kind of welcome the idea of more decks in the metagame. Like, there's absolutely some things that probably should not be 3-ofs. Like, I think that, for example, having Exodia pieces be 3-ofs would be a bad idea. But by all means, Exodia should be legal, because, hey, make it a strategy, make it a thing that can be built. Like, I can't think of a whole lot of cards that are of a certain age that necessarily require banning. Like, maybe Pot of Greed doesn't need to come back. But, yeah. Only as a quick effect. Okay, so if it can only be activated as a response, then that's honestly even more of a... I thought you could activate quick effects, like, even if the stack. Wrong game. The term stack is not used in Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's the same concept. Like, even if the thing was out of, yeah, back in the day when Graceful Charity was printed, you could make a compelling argument for the idea that they were a little more closely balanced. However, I feel like we've reached a point in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it's actually stuff in your graveyard that matters more than stuff in your hand, almost. And there's a very large amount of decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! That are about dumping things into your graveyard in order to take advantage of it. So, Graceful Charity is absolutely, like, just, no. Absolutely not. Graceful Charity lets you throw 2 random things into your grave that could be very useful to you. And by random, I don't mean random at all, but, you know, I mean that in the sense of, like, just, you know what I mean. And draw 3. Like, because of the type of game that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, Graceful Charity is a stronger card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Than Ancestral Recall is in Magic. And Ancestral Recall is quite possibly the second most broken card in any trading card game ever. Especially in Magic. So, yeah, I think that we want to get over to this, and then we take this to get to a platy. There we go. Yes. That's the one I was looking for. But, yeah. Graceful Charity, fuck no. Pot of Greed, you know, I think Pot of Greed is a one-of is probably okay. Or, like, have sort of a complex ban where it's... And I know that, like, nobody would ever do complex ban as a thing. I'm being admittedly kind of a smarty pants when I'm like, hey, yeah, do a ban that's not just one card, but, like, get together a set of things like that are, you know, Pot of Greed and basically the cards that are Pot of Greed, but for specific archetypes. And go, okay, you can have one of any of these, or 2 total, maybe, in your deck. And there you go. But, like, Allure of Darkness, I think is the one I'm thinking of, which is, like, just banish dark monsters out of your graveyard to draw 2. That's still really sick nasty, and that was not, that was just limited for a while, I think. Anyway, yeah, so... I guess maybe I'm overstating by saying, like, it could probably come back, but, I mean... I think that there's things that are more degenerate and harmful to the game than that. Oh, right, it has I had the order of operations backwards for that. I think that we are missing a thing at Canal City. I'm gonna go find out. Go find out. But yeah, if it lets you just discard your hand, it's kind of disgusting. You can abuse that pretty easily. Pot of Desires being limited to 1... Oh, we already got this. Okay. Oh, no, we didn't! But yeah. Pot of Desires is a card that... limiting it to 1 only affects the consistency of being able to grab it. Because you're probably not going to want to play more than 1 unless you are playing a hardcore Tyranno Infinity deck and you are just like, okay, I need to absolutely shit on somebody in 1 turn. Although I think Pot of Desires is limited to 1 per turn anyway, so that is not necessarily a thing that's useful to be like, hey, yeah, you know what, we're moving to a planet. Let me take a look. Go into Wikipedia here, and... Okay, yeah, you can only activate... Oh, and they're banished face down. So it wouldn't actually work for what I said. Well, fuck me sideways. I guess I'm just an idiot. But, I mean, if it was face up, it's like, oh, hey, yeah, top 10 cards. Well, I just set up a 10k attack monster, and... we're gonna absolutely shit on somebody's face. I think that if that was a thing that it was face up, then yeah. Tyranno Infinity is one of those cards that's like, that's fucking awesome and also terrifying. I really, genuinely enjoy that. I mean, the alternate idea is like, you just... have a you can only activate 1 pot spell per turn thing across all of them or something, and just like tag them all appropriately. I don't know if that's something that would be a functionally decent idea. Anyway, yeah, there we go. There's our last platinum for Dobo, and this is going to be a little tough to get to because I already suck at the glider, and now I've got to hit a small object at the top of a screen. Hell yeah, brother! Brother! And yeah, there's also that. There's a lot of stuff that just counts banished cards in general. Or just banished monsters overall. But yeah, Tyranno Infinity is the one that I remember being the big one, because I think at the time it came out, this was back when I was in community college, and there was a small group of people who were getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! At the time. And I was like, you know what? Jurax, that's what I wanted to play. After I'd had a little while of playing Monarchs, and I was just like, wait, everybody in this group is playing Monarchs, because whenever Monarchs have been relevant, oh boy, have they ever. That's... They've been pretty strong as tribute summon-based mechanics go, and yeah, so... and then that came out around the time that I was doing stuff with the Jurak archetype, and I'm like, oh boy, that's an interesting card. If only I could figure out a way to do something with it. Yeah, exactly. You can just do something like that and just... Again, good cause to have Pot of Desires be a 1 per turn, so that way you can't just be like, well, time to absolutely shit on my opponent completely in 1 turn. Actually, wait a second. If you... Well, I guess if you had enough cards in the deck to be able to activate it 3 times, you would. Otherwise, it would kill you. Oh, fuck. I'm doing this real badly. I'm screwing up in a part that's really easy, too, which is the more embarrassing part of it. It's like, oh, hey, I'm not even getting to the final room where I gotta rise to grab that bolt. I wish I had remembered that that was there when I was first doing this in order to get the nanotech upgrade. Because then we wouldn't be doing this now. Instead, we'd still be doing that right now, actually. Fuck! Damn it. Yeah, so it... Well, the idea is that you have 30 cards banished by 3 pots, and you've drawn 6 cards from activating all of them, plus you've drawn 6 cards for your opening hand and your draw phase. Because, you know, again, presumably you would have gone second to be able to dunk on your opponent in 1 turn. And apparently I can't really swing left or right with the D-pad, but I can go up and down. Alright. That's a real pisser. Anyway. So yeah, what I'm saying is that you would... Right. You would have enough foresight to go, hey, I'm going to put an extra, like, 3 cards into my deck to make sure that I don't KMS. You know, so that way you don't just, oh, yeah, let me do this. Boom! And then you sit there at grand finals at, like, whatever world tier tournament, having just self-destructed, going, wow, why did I do that? But yeah, obviously we're speculating about something that I'm not sure they would be stupid enough to do nowadays, and they certainly haven't been ever since. Oh, god damn it! Jeez, this is so bad controlling. That's it. We'll get over the cursing part of the stream soon. Is it only during the draw phase? I thought it's any time you try to draw from an empty deck. What? Can you not do that, game? Okay, that's really weird then. I don't think it ever really came up, but I always thought it was... Alright, well then, either way, we're still speculating about something that is kind of not, you know, a thing that wouldn't happen. You can still, like, stack Reckless Greed on your turn multiple times. In theory, I don't remember if Reckless Greed is legal or not. And only skip those 2 draw steps, right? Okay, we finally got the Platinum Bolt. I can stop. I can stop. That's all we can say there is I can stop. Oh, hey! It took out the glider platform. Cool. Guess we're done there. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking is you just... If you can still just be like, okay, I'm going to lay 3 Reckless Greeds and then flip all of them during your opponent's turn and just be like, okay, I'm only skipping 2 draw steps, but I'm drawing 6. That's what I was... I figured that was still a... Because that's always what I remember being a thing that we did a lot. Is I would just set that up and be like, okay, I'll just use this to amass quite a few cards. I think I did that a lot when I was doing Monarchs. Again, just to be able to have a bunch of stuff ready for it. Man, I also remember the brief period when Level Eater was legal for that deck. Oh, jeez. Oh, that was disgusting. That shouldn't have been allowed at any point. I can't believe they printed that card. Okay, Dobo. Okay, so there's still one to get at Joba, I think. So let's go ahead and do that. Gotcha. Okay. A little bit of a thing that I... Because, yeah, obviously, if it's a you may, you can just skip it. But, because, yeah, unsurprisingly, I'm used to how decking works in other games, and I'm very much a person who built a lot of decks in Magic that were designed around just milling the entire opponent's deck out. Magic, of course, being a game where that's a lot less risky, although graveyard-based decks in Magic are still very prevalent, but it's not like, oh, everything just does that. That's not actually even a... It's not even actually a card I remember all that much. I ran into a few Exodia decks back when I played Master Duel more. Maybe I should get back into that. I don't know. Unfortunately, it's always a thing of like, well, I want to play... I want to play this deck that I want to play. You know, I want to play what I want. I want to be the Jack FM of Yu-Gi-Oh, you know? And it's not always easy because it's like, oh, hey, I've got I built Cleefort, I think was... Yeah, Cleefort was the main deck that I built on Master Duel. That, and I was also building Gravekeepers for a bit. But everybody at the time was playing fucking Eldritch, and it's just like, oh god, kill me. It was one of the more obnoxious metagames, not necessarily because Eldritch is like the worst deck ever, although playing against Eldritch is kind of like... It's not fun. Kind of annoying. Not a great time. But, just seeing the same thing over and over again, and Eldritch is not just a strong deck, at least at the time, it's also an incredibly wanky deck, as in, like, the opponent is just playing the game by themselves type of deal. So, it's more not fun for that reason, really. But, yeah... Boy, Jack FM, I was kind of amazed on some level when I learned a long time ago. We used to have a Jack FM station in Chicago, which replaced the oldies station, because I guess nobody really listens to music from the 60s anymore, unless they're forced to. And I was always kind of like, you know, this is really obnoxious and assholey the way they put themselves forward, but I was surprised to discover that there were a bunch of them across the entire nation at the time when they existed. I'm pretty sure they're all gone, but of course, radio. Who listens to fucking radio? Anyway, yeah, back to the point. Deep Dragon draw. For every dragon type you tribute or discard, draw one card. You know, I'm surprised that I've never heard of that offhand because I would expect that to be the sort of thing that you would see starting from very early in the card game. Like, early enough on that they were doing a reasonable amount of very basic monster type support. And so I would have expected to see that fairly early. Yeah. A Necros player struggle too. That's always fun because Necros, Necros? I'm just thinking Necrozma. So, and yeah, you may have just caught a glimpse of the Platinum Bolt. If not, you'll get a much nicer look at it in a second here. Because I'm pretty sure that Necros was a really strong archetype. Like, extremely so. Not like tier 0 levels, but definitely the sort of thing you would see somebody play Necros and you'd just be like, well, fuck. You see that and you're just like, well, guess I'm gonna have a bad time. Like, you wouldn't scoop immediately in front of it, but you would definitely... Well, you'd be a little sad. Anyway, we're gonna take one of these on real quick, because, again, it's only 30 enemies. And even if we do the very worst, it's gonna cost us 300 to refill. So we gain some bolts in the process. I admit that I really like playing a lot of more control-oriented archetypes. Just in general. Again, Magic player, and I started off early enough in the game where it was you played blue or you went and fucked yourself. Ratchet and the metal guy win the prize. But I do admit that I also kind of hate playing against other control players. Especially if they have a more obnoxious type of control than I do. Like, again, if you're sitting there making me twiddle my thumbs for 5 minutes while you're taking a turn, I mean, who wants to be there for that, right? Fucking, I'll go to sleep in the middle of the game if you're gonna be like that. Although that said, I'm pretty sure that I've probably built an Exodia deck, and Exodia stuff just by default often takes a while because you've got to be like, okay, I'm resolving all of these effects in order to draw all these cards from my deck and everything. So it can probably get a little bit tedious too. But yeah. Well, again, if you can beat Zodiacs, because I remember that Zodiac was kind of a pain in the ass to play against. Anywho, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna show off our ship's improvements here. Magic Jam Scout, yeah, that'll definitely be that's a. When that resolves, you scoop if you're the Klee player. You go, you know what? I'm fucked. Anyway, the nuke we just saw there, you throw it at something, it makes a big boom, it blows up pretty much all the little babby ships in the area. The torpedoes... Okay, yeah, so it's a triple shot. This would be good for taking out a larger, heavily armored thing. That's me hitting R1 and R2, and that's me hitting, sorry, L2 and R2. and L1 and R1, which is kind of a problem because... Okay, no, I can hit just one and do that. Let's show off the Mega Mines. You can see it's the same, but it's a bigger area. And I think it does more damage. Yeah, but I mean, at bare minimum, if it's... Because Scout isn't limited anymore, as far as I know, unless it went back on the limited list. Or perhaps I'm just having memory failure at my advanced age. And you just, It would be pretty annoying, but it would be at least recoverable. But back then, oh boy, that's just instant death. It's at 3 now? Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, is that if you are lucky nowadays, sure, you can pick the pieces back up, but you have to have 2 in your hand, and that's not gonna happen. And speaking of not gonna happen, us getting this platinum bolt here is not gonna happen, but we will go ahead and we'll complete the race. Because, hey, there's free money on the line for us. And hey, and who doesn't like free money? But yeah, the enhanced booster is just more boosts power for us. I don't know if there's an upper limit to the amount of rings that we can miss before we're kicked out, if any. I'm almost tempted to just be like, okay, can we just try to skip all of them? Yeah, okay, so if we miss 12, I guess we get the boot, which is a weird number. Yeah, what I ended up having to deal with, pardon me, most of the time when playing that gave me problems was people using Ash Blossom. And it's just like, okay, that really sucks. That's really annoying. But I could deal with it. Strangely enough, despite the fact that despite what I was expecting out of Master Duel, using the OCG list and the massive influx of American players, I had a relatively few encounters playing Cleefort and just being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start doing my setup, so that way I can pop towers. Damn it. I was too far afield. Steering this thing is a rat bastard. Spell that got negated cannot be activated again for the rest of the duel. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a problem. Anyway, so the thing that I did not encounter, the point here, is that I, surprisingly enough, did not encounter a lot of situations where I got hit with max C on the turn that I was trying to drop towers. Which would kind of blow, because my usual way of doing it is, scout, get something else in there, tutor for a 4th monster, which usually is towers itself just because it's shitty luck. And then pendulum summon, drop towers, and then look at my opponent and be like, well, You got something for this? Or are we just gonna watch this game slow to a crawl as I beat you to death with your own leg? Interesting to see that reference crop up again. But, you know, again, since Maxi is a thing that took off wildly in TCG versus OCG as being, like, a major counter method to make players go, oh, maybe I shouldn't do anything this turn. You know, I'd say a soft floodgate. Oh, hey, that still counted despite us missing the final ring. Whatever. The platinum bolts will wait, I guess. So, I'm surprised that I didn't see anybody who would do that, because it would just be like, oh, hey, that's a free 3 cards there for them to go dig for an answer. And I'd just be like, well, I think this is a now or never thing to do my pendulum summon, because otherwise I'm probably going to end up with them having an MST or something in hand by the next turn to remove part of my field and make me go, well, shit, I should have done it then, shouldn't I have? Anyway, we're going to go do the other Ace Bunyan race. I did the first one before, and that's how I found out about the fact that, yeah, you can miss rings and still win the race. But we saw most of that course anyway. In fact, I think we lost, like, right at the very end. Oh, why am I in this one? Choose challenge. Yeah, let's get ourselves another quick 35k. I'm not even trying for the platinum bolts right now. I've just gotten so bad at operating this ship that I may have to set that aside. We do have to go into challenge mode anyway in order to get everything, so... Oh, I got hit by a couple of kaiju monsters when doing that. For sure. That's definitely a thing that existed. Not, like, in mass or anything, but I definitely got counterplayed by my opponents throwing out a kaiju at me to deal with towers. And it's like, well, that sucks, but, you know, I guess that playing the top tier deck from several years ago is not really going to be the thing that you're going to be able to get away with most of the time. Oh god, where am I? That's where I am. See, here I'm not getting flipped around too much. It's just a matter of, like, I don't know where anything is in terms of an XY position. Or rather, XZ position. Because that's... XZ is typically the flat plane with Y being height, right? It's like I just don't know where anything is. Anyway. Point is, yeah, let's get our 35,000 bolts. And go home. That seems a little more doable than the others, but we'll do it later, I guess. Anywho, time for me to pull up the list and go through things and see what I'm missing. Right, Joba Todano is the next go plan. That. Okay, I'm not sure if we got this second one, but it appears that it's not actually. Remember that area with the three pipes that I was like, oh, how do I get into that middle one? Apparently you just don't. It's not there. There's nothing there. Oops. take this thing out. We'll take the regular route. We'll fight the squirrels. We'll get a little bit of EXP for this. You know, the sooner that we're able to max out all of our weapons, because we do need to max out we need to evolve all of our weapons for a thing in challenge mode. So, yeah. We should probably do that with spending as little time getting into challenge mode before doing that as possible. But yeah, and I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! In a bit because I reached a point... I climbed up to, like, mid-platinum or something in the ladder. And it was just... It was, you know, welcome to Eldritch City. Population fucking everybody, apparently. And, like I said, it was just kind of tedious and miserable and awful. Although it's changed a lot in the intervening months, so maybe I should give it a whack again once I figure out what I want to do. But of course, also rewards were getting less and less, so there was also that issue of being like, okay, how easily am I going to be able to do this and build a new deck without just sitting here basically with my thumbs up my ass for several days? Because, I mean, who wants to sit there with their thumbs up their ass for any amount of time, really? But especially for days, just farming up points and trade-ins. It did feel like Master Duel's generosity gave out fairly quickly. Just like I would expect out of a gacha game, really. It's kind of the same issue that I had with Grand Order, except at least it was a fun game. So that dude is the, Oh no, I got that one already. That is just literally over by the geek. Right. I'm wasting time. That's okay, it's not a speed run. And if it was, boy, I've seen some of the crazy shit that goes down in Ratchet speedruns. I don't know that I'd be able to actually pick that up, but then again, never tried. And down we go. Okay, yeah, so there's one that requires a spider bot on Bolden that we already got. Armor Vendor. I'll probably be able to figure this one out. Is this taxi gonna take us to the... Yeah, it takes us to the armor vendor. Nice. Which is like 2/3 of the way through the level, so that's helpful. Yeah, we still got Thugs for Less agents here for some reason. They've really got nowhere else to be, I suppose. Oh, nice double. Alright, make sure that nothing else opens anywhere else. And it appears that it does not. Camera, you can back up a little bit, Chief. Oh, these dudes taking multiple hits from the plasma coil to die. Jeez, that's pretty rough. And there we go, it upgraded to the Plasma Storm. The Plasma Storm is a pretty nice weapon. Again, I'll just show it off once, and then we'll switch over to the Hover Bomb, and we'll be very miserable for a bit. So the Plasma Storm just keeps proccing more plasma every time it passes by things. It doesn't even need to land hits in order for it to unleash a lot of electricity on enemies. It's pretty great. It's a very good crowd control weapon that we'll use eventually. Oh, that's an easy to get platinum. I barely had to double jump for that. And yeah, you can see one of the other problems with the hover bomb gun is that it just runs out of ammo so fast. We're down to 3 shots. Although it's got a good blast radius on it, I gotta give it that. Alright, well, we got nothing else in terms of anything to level up, so we'll just use our old friend the Heavy Bouncer to clear things out. And our even older friend, the Wrench. Oh yeah, we gotta re-equip the swing shot, right? Get over here, chop her up, and we get a view that would be a lot nicer if that glass weren't so frosted. Hey, can we kill the RoboFizz widget? No, we can't. It's just stuck here now. Well, out through the window we go. Alright, so We're gonna go over here. And there should be a decent amount of stuff. Yeah, there we go. Nice fistful of bolts for us. Nice 5K. Anything worth grabbing here? We've got... Yeah, we got much more in the way of... platinum bolts here, so we could buy some better stuff for ourselves. Shock mod for the mega turrets. Don't really care about that. Lock on for the heavy lancer. It's usually pretty good at tracking anyway, so... lock on mod for that. That's, like, worthless. 3 platinum for a... alright, fine, we'll take it. I guess it has a good AoE when we upgrade it, but that's... see that later. Shock mod for that. Acid for the meteor gun is a good choice. Yeah, I think that'll do us for now. Alright, now on to Aranos, where there's Platinum Bolt, another one at Snivelak, 2 on Smolg, and then I think we just have to move on with gathering crystals. Oh, hey, there's some stuff to pick up first. That's nice. Under the ship? Yeah, I see it down there. Or I see up. That's back in the main level, isn't it? That's back in the main level. Let me reread that description. Just says on a ledge in the distance, which not the most descriptive thing in the world. Oh no, that is it. Okay, I was just confused before. What will give us the best angle to get at this thing? That should do it. Alright. Now, 3 more to go, and then we go back to the main business of things. I had a levitator pad to get back to our ship without dying. Neat. Hey, Iron Fury, how's it going? Hope you're having yourself a nice evening. Back to the Thugs for Less HQ and playing Scarlet and enjoying it. Glad to hear it. People have generally been saying that Scarlet and Violet seem reasonably sound despite the level of glitches. That seems to be what I'm hearing from a lot of people. Is that it's good gameplay ideas. So that makes me happy. A friend has said that they're sending me a copy of Violet as a Christmas gift, so hopefully that'll show up sometime this week. If not, well, I won't get too booty blasted about it. The United States Postal Service is, could be in a hell of a lot of better shape. RBY levels have held together with paper clips and tape. Yeah, I've seen some pretty bizarre things, that's for sure. Oh. Oh, right, that's like a Yoshi's Island thing, like in the first castle. Right. There's definitely some performance issues. Some of the new Pokemon seem very fun. I genuinely like the idea of Paradox Pokemon. Like, it's sort of, as far as I'm concerned, it's like the natural end, or, you know, the natural point of progression, at least, of the concept of regional variants. Because I guess an alternate time period is like a region, if you are really silly. And I think that anybody who's been around my stream long enough knows that I'm a silly fucker. Low kicks. Low kicks is like a cricket sort of thing, right? I'm just judging by the name, because, you know. Kicks, legs. Oh, nice. I can get behind that. It's the first bug dark type. Nice! I actually, I've mentioned before that I've had ideas kicking around for Pokemon fan game stuff that I come back to every now and then. I did actually have a bug dark design that it was like a flea, but also like the leader of a flea circus. So we got the grass fire combo. Nice. Excellent. Alright, so I do need 2 on this level, I believe. Platinum bolts, that is. With Fuecoco. I'm probably gonna take Quaxley, because, well, I usually back the water starter anyway, but also, I mean, it's just kind of cute. I like it. That's a pretty good duck. Right, Fuecoco evolves into a Ghost Fire type, I think. The cat becomes Grass Dark. And I don't remember what the duck evolves into. Like, probably water fighting. Right, yeah, I was like, wait a second, so that way it gives them like sort of a two-way circle for the final forms. And I had to do a little bit of internal math there. Nice. I don't know a ton of the new moves offhand. Oh. Oh, geez, that's pretty good. The one new move that I remember off the top of my head really well is Terra Beam, which is a 10-100, I think. So 10 PP, 100 accuracy, 100 damage. Or it might be 80 power. Either way, it's pretty strong. It changes type if the Pokemon is bedazzled or terastallized, or however it's pronounced. The new unique mechanic. And also, it deals damage based on which of your attack stats is the better one. So it really is just like a one-size-fits-all attack solution for any terastallized Pokemon. Or really even just any normal type. And I think that's kind of nutso. That they were just like, okay, we're gonna fold a bunch of moves into one. And now you don't have to deliberate over what your Pokemon needs to learn. Just feed it this specific TM and you're good to go. Also, you can tell that I fucked this up real bad. We are trying to get, we're not trying to kick off the crate. That would be really silly. We're trying to get up there. Can I get a view of the bolts? I gotta get back. And we already got bans on Smogon. Jesus. That's fast. Again, I'm kind of assuming that terastallizing, or again, however you pronounce the new mechanic, I think it's terastallizing or terastallizing or something, is gonna be at least dealt with in some manner, unless it turns out that it's not actually nearly as degenerate as it looked. Some Pokemon got banned due to new broken-ass moves. Yeah, I'm not 100% surprised about that. I seem to recall looking at a couple of moves and just being like, you're fucking kidding me, right? Houndstone is a good name for it, but wow. They banned my boy already. What a load of bullshit, man. I'm sure it's for good reason. It has Sand Rush. Oh, Last Respects. Oh god, right. Last Respects is the one that does more damage depending on how many dead Pokemon are in your party, right? Like, it's 50 plus 50 for every dead Pokemon in your party. Yeah. Oh, God. That is disgusting on so many levels. I saw that and I'm like, you have got to be taking the piss. Because it eventually becomes a no downside move. In Ghost type, I'm pretty sure. With 100% accuracy. With over 150 power. And I think 10 PP too, which is like really silly just to begin with. As long as you have 2 dead Pokemon in your party. And that by itself, I thought that was a complete piss take level. But the fact that it can get as high as 300 on the last Pokemon in the team is just like, no! Why would you think that's okay? It's not that great of a downside in my IMO to have a Pokemon be going it alone. Unless they desperately need the support. Which, it sounds like Houndstone is actually kind of legit. I'll read that in a second. But, like, that thing is beyond just revenge kill territory. That is revenge and your entire bloodline. Destroy your accomplishments. Salt the earth where you lived. That's not revenge killing. That's like Elon Musk on to Twitter. That might be a sensitive spot for some people, but I mean, it was funny, so fuck you. Anyway, the big red button. Yeah, exactly. That's what would have happened if either side in the Cold War had launched a nuclear missile. Just, that is... Seriously. Anyway, Quest 64 crowd control is being played right now. That's neat. Shame I don't have a kind of audience that would actually allow me to really do crowd control stuff. Otherwise, I'd probably look into that. But, you know, I don't want to sound like a whiner when I say that. So I'll save that for other times. I.e., basically whenever I'm trying to platform in any video game ever. Oh god, can I... I'm gonna take out the heavy bouncer. It's actually cheaper. Why do I care about 50 bolts? Well, you know something? That's a good question, Mega Man. That's a good question, Mega Man. Excuse me. Anyway, Orthworm. I saw the name Orthworm before, and I didn't parse it worth a damn, so... let's take a look at that. It doesn't evolve. Super tanky, steel type, with a ground equivalent of water absorb. Hot damn. That is a crazy ability to have out there in the world. Oh, well, I mean, listen, if people find the frustration funny, that's not a downside, is it? Anyway, yeah, I did see the Primeape evolution. Annihilate, I believe, is its name. Ghost fighting, I believe? Just like old boy Revenant. Wait, no, pardon me. I meant just like Marshadow, yeah. Oh, the Smogon caps. Named Earthworm Jim. Oh, Earthworm Jim. What a game series that was. Named Alaska. Alaskan Bullworm, right. I was gonna be like, wait a second. This reminds me of something, and then I'm like... And then I realized that what I was thinking of was actually the Mongolian Deathworm, not the Alaskan Deathworm. I got a couple of jokes mixed up here. Anyway, anywho's it? Yeah, Annihilate. I didn't get a look at Annihilate except to see that it exists. And again, ghost fighting. Rock type that looks straight out of Minecraft. Wow, I didn't know the textures were that low res. Da 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 da. As you tell me about Minecraft, and I remember that I've been trying to set up... I've said this before, but I've been trying to set up a pack for my friend Brysolf and his community, which is probably just going to come down to basically him, me, and like 1 to 2 other people, probably. And unfortunately, the guy who usually does all the host stuff, which I was going to be like, okay, can we get somebody in here to do some real testing for this? He hasn't been around to do anything with the computer lately, so I've been kind of shit out of luck on that one. And I don't trust my internet connection much farther than I can throw it, so I haven't stepped up or gone and been like, hey, yeah, hey, guy who has closer access to the modem than I do, I need to do some port forwarding stuff. But yeah, so the things that have those names are the Paradox Pokemon, which are basically alternate versions of Pokemon from different periods in time. So Iron Treads is like a future Dawn fan, I think. And so they don't really have official names in the present. It's kind of a similar idea to the Ultra Beasts a little bit. But yeah, Pokemon's pure salt protects it from status condition and has ghost type moves. Yeah, I enjoy the description there because it's kind of funny. It's like, on the one hand, yeah, I get it. It's a salt Pokemon. I did remember seeing a salt Pokemon and being like, huh, it's interesting that there hasn't been a salt Pokemon, and I never really thought about it. But also just the idea of referring to it as it's pure salt, because, of course, nowadays we take things like that to mean, like, it's just really annoyed about things. So, yeah. Right. They actually named the Ultra Beasts past just code names as opposed to the other things, which are, like, the nicknames from their magazines or something. I think there were nicknames in magazines, but, yeah. It took them 9 generations of games for them to give up on completely original names. Yeah, you're... Fair enough. But yeah, salt Pokemon. It's a good thing that you reminded me of that, because it's like, you know, now that I think about it, it's very strange that there hadn't been one, and I just did not think about that until recently. Yeah, it's at 1010 right now, I believe. So, yeah, we've got a salt Pokemon now. I find it kind of surprising that, like, there's a couple other Pokemon. Again, some things that I had done up designs for, like a Ghost Train Pokemon. It kind of surprises me if there isn't one of those, because, I mean, there's like Ghost Train lore in pretty much any variety of folktale that is older than 100 years old, because rail travel became ubiquitous most of the industrialized world over, and to be honest with you, trains are pretty fucking scary when you see them coming in your general direction at night and in a deep fog. There isn't a cockroach Pokemon. There's not a flea Pokemon. There's a lot of stuff that I just kind of take for granted that there isn't there. Like, I always say this about the Honedge line, which it always surprises me to this day that that's even a thing that's that divisive. But it surprises me that it took them until 2013 to have one of those. Yeah, it took them this long to do something that was based on a chili pepper. I say, give it another form that has, like, an ability that gives it ghost type as a bonus thing. So that way you can have, you know, ghost peppers. Or is that too arcane for most people? Because, you know, I guess that, like, the culture surrounding extreme hot peppers is a thing that might be only a few people really would notice something like that, but... Yeah, you think it's a little too out there? Fair enough. Again, sometimes I need other people to be like, hey, yeah, that's a little goofy. Yeah, 9 generations for a Flamingo, and not only that, but it's like the goofiest looking, just perfect lawn Flamingo, too. Oh yeah, good point. I forgot that Pheromosa is a cockroach, because, well, it's just kind of weird. Okay, so I don't think the Platinum Bolt is over there, but... the description for this is not the most super helpful thing in the world. Yeah, okay, so, you know, maybe there is a cockroach Pokemon. Fair enough. I think the other part of it, too, is that maybe it's because of being an American or something, but, you know, you hear about cockroaches and you just think that, you know, the endurance and the ability, you can't really keep them down or anything. And I don't know that Pheromosa represents that, but I mean, it goes fast. Eh. Okay, so I think it's that big platform over yonder. Oh, hey, I like that little triangular reticle. That's something to like about the hover bomb, I guess. Anyway, we're going to try and get over here, and yeah. Because Pheromosa is more like a high-speed attacker, if I recall correctly. Oh, boy, that's no bueno. Sonic the Harge says that's no good. Actually, speaking of Sonic the Harge, if you've been interested in getting Sonic Frontiers, I've seen it on sale for a pretty reasonable discount in a lot of places. Most places I'm seeing it's selling for $40, actually, which is kind of surprising that it's already on any sort of sale, because didn't it just come out like 2 weeks ago? Oh, I gotta be like right at the very lip of that. Otherwise, we're boned. There's gonna be a lot of death here. But I'm not frustrated now that I understand. Also, speaking of Frontiers, I think that Walmart has it at 30 is something that I saw on Cheap Ass Gamer. Obviously, these numbers may not apply when you hear this message. These are Black Friday sales, as far as I know. I'm too far over. Dang it. That's when you feel like a dumbass, is when you overdo it. Remember when we first reached Bolden? Fuck. It was right there. The worst part is that we gotta keep doing this bit every time. Ooh, we finally got there. That was a little close. I mean, if they're paying attention to it, fair enough, you know. Different things are going to be different across different cultures, and oh, we were just standing on the kill plane there. That was interesting. I love it when you end up in strange situations like that, where you're just like, you should be dead, but the game hasn't killed you yet. That's always fun. Alright, are there... Well, we can slip off of things, but, dang. Okay, so I guess it's time for us to do this. It's time for us to go to Grelban. We're missing... I think I'm missing one other platinum bolt from somewhere else, but I don't know where it is offhand. It might be the other one on Maktar, actually, come to think of it. It would be really good if they left in, like, the how many do you have per area counter. That would be a little smart, but for some reason they took that out of this game. I'm really befuddled as to why, which is the main reason why I bring it up, because, like, why is that gone anyway? And yeah, we need to go collect 11 more moonstones in order to pick up this last piece of the Hypnomatic. You will see that the hover bomb is doing some serious work for us because it's killing these Yetis in one hit after the acid mod damage is taken into account. So at least we got something going for us. Oh boy, I'm upset that that whiffed. Oh jeez. Amazing how fast this area is becoming packed. At the very least, we managed to hit the Leviathan. Alright, can you die of acid wounds, please? No. Wow, this thing is thick. And not in the great way, you know. You think that might have been removed from the... I would not be surprised if it was, because... like, that sort of thing is not really considered anywhere near as amusing here in... And we gotta remember, people on social media are very overly purity testish about it, too, so they probably would be even a little extra focused on that lately. Whoever's on the localization team, if they were paying attention to things. Or, you know... assuming that anyone is a deciding factor outside of themselves, we'll put it that way. Which sounds a little mean almost, but you understand what I'm trying to get at. Alright, heavy bouncer. We're gonna need that for better crowd control here. There's a third one floating around out there that I didn't even pick up. Alright. Come on! They move really slowly, it feels like. And we got punched to death while we were grabbing the... At least we got it. Yeah, I can't be too mad about that part. Hover bombs. Heavy bouncer. And yeah, we can go back into the armor vendor and be like, hey, I still need, like, can I get a 700,000 bolt loan here? Come on, man. Well, very specifically, I feel like the idea of being like, okay, we're going to have the not at all ambiguously gay guy who's into an incest ship between children. That might be a certain level of not so great. And not even specifically because it's a show for children either, or a franchise for children. Regardless of audience, that might not be such a choice in this day and age in the English-speaking world. And by the English-speaking world, I most specifically mean America, because they've sort of taken over the internet. We've sort of taken over the internet, I suppose I should say, because, being an American myself. Oh my god, stop it! Give me some control, why can't... What? I didn't have my thumb on the right stick whatsoever there, by the way. The camera was floundering. Like it had just gotten into your mom's liquor cabinet. Well, that was a hot mess we just got into there. Jesus. The amount of damage that we take from some of these things is kind of obscene. Alright, refill. That's right. I should probably have the shield charger on, but you know what? Dying only really matters if it happens in a shitty time.
Hello? We've got more moonstones.
No, you have not.
What?
Existence is a lie. Sensations are illusions. Possessions are merely visions.
All right, I've got an illusion of some moonstones. I'll trade it for a vision of that hypnomatic part.
You have learned much, young one.
Oh, and of course this guy has the coolest looking bit.
Now bring me more moonstones, and riches shall be your reward.
Hey! And we can see here that they are worth 3k apiece. Not the greatest reward, but, I'll take it. I can lament only so much. Because, hey. It's gonna total up to a pretty solid amount of cash no matter what. We have 76 out here to pick up, I believe, so... No, but I heard about Jason David Frank. So, yeah, that happened recently in the past few days. Okay, so are we going to have some problems now with these Leviathans only spawning from specific angles? That is a thing that can be kind of a problem. Yeah, details unknown. A lot of people have been speculating suicide, but I don't really want to get too much into that because, well, hey, I don't know anything, and people on the internet probably know even less. Random people on the internet, I should say. You know, if someone's related, they might be a little more qualified to speak, but a lot of people are not. And I think if you're just speculating about things like that, a recently deceased person, well, a lot of people who do that are kind of strange. Especially when they're doing it on the internet. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know anything about, well, I mean, if you're not that close, that's always a really heavy thing to throw out there just in general because, like, that's clearly a serious issue, and usually it's due to some sort of, well, you understand. I would hope most people do, but hey, we're on the internet, so most people don't know shit on certain levels. Oh, hey, we just randomly popped this crystal out. I don't know when that happened. Alright, with no hover bombs, we are going to turn the shield on. And our target point right now is that little green circle in the middle of the ice field. That has a platinum bolt for us, I do believe. And yeah, you can finally see the mapper coming in handy. Yeah, pretty much. That's the long and short of it. And people do not treat suicide very specifically with the weight that it deserves, especially on the internet. Like, it's a common thing in jokes, and, you know, it's just casually thrown out there as an insult, you know, and somebody gets mad because they lost an argument on the internet over something very small that both of them could have just Googled. One of them will just be like, kill yourself, and that's really fucked up. That's a huge problem. So having a conversation about it is never going to feel good, even if it is a legitimate thing that it could be the case. It's like anything related to autism. Like, I was diagnosed sometime when I was like 10 years old with what was then called Asperger's syndrome and has since gone on to be referred to as autism spectrum disorder. I don't know if I've gone over this story before. Maybe I have. I probably have, but there's also a very real possibility that I have not. Oh, this only tells me how many I have in my possession, not how many I've found. Thanks, game. That description is more than a little misleading, isn't it? And, there still exists a major portion of the internet for whom they'll just throw that out as a casual insult and, with no real anything. Like, oh, if you're a little too much into your hobby, quit being such a fucking spurg lord. And it's like, some people are just really, really bad. That's all the simplest way that I can put it is that there are a lot of people, especially on the internet, that are kind of garbage about some incredibly serious matters. And so having a discussion related to them is not going to be a great time. But that's all I got for the moment, as far as Jason David Frank goes. I think I've said before that my history with Power Rangers is not terribly extensive, except for the one time when I saw or was taken to part of one of their sort of live stage shows, and I couldn't stand the loud noises and stuff, and was removed early by my parents. Along with my brother who was there, who was probably really upset about the whole deal, because he was really into Power Rangers. Yeah, actually remembering to use the shield makes this a lot less painful. Who would have thunk? Oh wow, I took that thing down in a single bouncer shot. That is great. I'm telling you folks, this is one of the best weapons in the games. Did I just say the games, plural? I mean, actually, that's kind of true. It remains pretty top tier among even the other Ratchet games. I almost said Crash Bandicoot games. Boy, oh boy, I got like 5 hours of sleep last night. Crash Cash, well, you see, Naughty Dog made quite a bit of it way back when. Unfortunately, Activision isn't really rolling in that much of that compared to the money that they get off of all the Blizzard properties. I'm not 100% sure where that joke was going, but I tried. So how much more of the map do we have to check out? We've got like that much. Bolts. And then we've got this area over here is pretty much all taken up with those underground bases, and that little area of shoulder is in the glider section. So we kind of don't want to be in there, that's for sure. That ought to smoke that fella. Gotcha. I understand none of this. I understand only a little of it, rather. Down there? Oh, it's just crystal. I thought it looked really weird because I was seeing a little bit of it glow, obviously. I was just like, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? That's not how Steve Martin talks in that one skit. Come on. Boy, I wish there were more ammo crates out here in the middle of this frozen wastes. I mean, if I was smart about it, I would just go back to the main base area and go buy all my stuff, but that's silly. Boy, the mini nuke has gotten really weak. Like, it is just not putting up much of anything against these duders. Oh, there we go. They got the heavy bouncer again. We might have enough to take on one more. I do see one more. Assuming it wants to pop out. As I say, it's a pretty big assumption. But there we go. Oh, no one shot for us. Damn. And we died before it could. Darn it. Oh well. Let's crack open these crates over here. See if we can get ourselves a little bit of a deal on some of that ammunition. I was going to say, and before this, just more mega rockets. I'd be slightly disappointed in that, to say the least. Shields. We even... Yeah, we used all of our mini nukes, all 8 of them. This is why they need more upgrade levels than just 1. Jeez. Otherwise, your weapons just do not stay relevant throughout the game. 12 moonstones left for us. We are almost done. And that's got to count for something, right? $12 left. 12 left. Four. All right, there's 5, 6, 7. Let me turn this on here. Otherwise, this is becoming a bit of an international incident. Well. Don't land in the ice-cold water. It is death. Alright, so we're missing 4 moonstones here. I don't think we have to complete the Hypnomatic first. There is that tiny little... No, that's the off-map area. Alright, Hypnomatic. Because that question mark is Angela's house, which is outside of the part of the snowfield. There is that little corner down there that we haven't explored yet, so... There could be some over there. I don't think it's going to be 4, but we definitely should go uncover that part of the map. Oh, yes. Oh, that's nice. Oh, excuse me. All right, so we got 2 here. Nice. Good old one and done. Oh, no, that's not what we want to do. That... I don't know why I went there instead of going to the quick select, but... It made sense in my head at the time. There's a little patch there. That might be an option. The other option is that we just go and get the Hypnomatic and we go through that part of the level, because that will get us the little Raritanium mining ship, and that may help permit us to find stuff a little better. However, I am going to try to uncover this entire map and just see if... Well, we can see if we can die, I guess. That's always a dumb thing we can do. Alright, did we forget to buy the... No, we bought those. Alright, so... Hey, dude. Yep, there are 2 moonstones remaining. Indeed, buddy. Buster. We're gonna try to make sure that this area isn't one that we're missing anything in. Which means we're gonna take a spiral attack for some reason, because that's a good idea that's easy to keep up with, which it's not. Well, don't forget, we also got to get Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Well, mostly Nidoking, really, because if we're building a team... Actually, who am I kidding? I should have glitched for that pre-Brock. Just get that thing at level 100 that early on. Take care of the entire game that way. Plus, it learns, like, half the TMs in the game, pretty much. Actually, again, we're taking this out. I wish I could pull more of these a little more easily. Then again, that would probably make my PS2 shit fire, especially because I'm on a... Not a launch model, but still a fat PS2. But if I could actually pull all of them and just be like, well... Purely the level. Okay, yeah, that's a thing that was changed in Sword and Shield, wasn't it? And you know something, fair enough. I mean, a lot of people tend to prefer having like an anti-grinding type of ceiling on it, so I'm surprised they took that long to implement something like that, but... But yeah, it's also to prevent you from doing something stupid in the open world. Which, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about an open world Pokemon game. I guess... It's got its advantages and disadvantages like anything else they could be doing. But overall, I just prefer the original style, so... Haven't played Sword and Shield yet? Yeah, there you go. I'm pretty sure it was a thing in Sword and Shield because, of course, Sword and Shield had the open world style as well. And it was very easy to get some pretty strong Pokemon out there. You know, I mean, even that Onix could be kind of a motherfucker. I'm surprised that I didn't just jib the Onix when I first encountered it. The rather infamous level, like, 23 or something Onix that's chilling out on... I almost started to say route, but it's Galar. There aren't real... Well, there are routes, come to think of it. But, like, right at the start of the wild area, there's just an Onix that's hanging out that's like, well, I'm gonna present problems if you try to go left from here. Not really blocking you, but basically making your life a bit tough if you want to get through there. And you might think, oh, well, I took the water starter, I can just blow this thing to smithereens. Well, it's also a, you know, fairly high-level Pokemon, so... And Onix has one good thing going for it, which is speed. And technically defense, but Onix doesn't really have the HP to support that, so meh. But it does just sort of, you know, it gives you a funny look when you try to go there. It did give me a bit of an issue when I was playing it, and I was surprised because it's Onix. Onix is quite possibly one of the worst Pokemon ever. I mean, they try with it occasionally, but they never succeed. Put it that way. Yeah, pretty much. Just disguised as a rock type to make you go, oh, that could be a bit of a problem. Except it's not. Well, I'm sort of imagining it just, like, chucking its own segments at people as a result of that, just... Which clearly is what Rock Blast is in my own mind, but, you know. Alright, so I don't know where this last thing is. We're gonna do that thing I said earlier, and we're gonna come back for this later. Once we have access to the little Raritanium ship in the end of the level. Oh. Get these things away from me. There we go. Yeah, see that? Fair enough. So it's like the charge that Moldorm does when it gets pissed off at you and it can push you off the stage. Except it's Pokemon, so it's not quite that complicated. Or maybe it is. I don't really know 100% what the mechanics are like nowadays. Someone bought me Legends Arceus and I still haven't played it. Alright, we are fully stocked. And all we are missing is a singular Moonstone. And like I said, I'm going to come back for it a little bit later. 2 more. I'm doing platinum bolt math in my brain here. All right, we have 11, or we have 9 left to get, rather. I say 11. Yeah. 3 from races, 2 on the final planet, 2 here. 7, 1. Yeah, so the last one's probably at Maktar. I'm gonna go try for that. Did I ever play Zero and Mugen? No, I don't think I've ever really played that much Mugen in general, so, yeah. Actually, no, I got the one at Maktar. That. Oh, no attack. Furious. So I don't know what I'm missing then. Whatever. We're gonna just carry on with the rest of the game. Get on here. Return to the Park Dome and... I think we need 40,000 for this or something. Maybe it's 60,000. Either way... Oh, it's only 10,000? Okay.
Use it wisely.
Not a lot of money at this point.
Do not even think about it.
It's okay, Clank. It wouldn't work on you. This requires specific receiver bots to be used, to have it be used on them. And there's one right here. And when we do that, we take control of the robot. And we get to move it around and fire a lot of machine gun shots for a few seconds. But also, we usually have to find a switch. Oh, we can jump with it too. Okay, good. I didn't remember that. We usually have to either find a switch or another receiver bot to target and take possession of. Now, let's go back to our ship, and there is something that we have to do with this on this level. And it's pretty deep into the level, if I recall correctly, so that's cool. Glad for that. Oh, wait, no. Oh, what are these chucklefucks doing over here? All the way this deep back. Let's grab the hover bomb. Alright, buy this. Restock, you know. Let's take stock of things, as it were. Ah, yeah, that's what I was looking for. The big boys to use the hover bomb gun on. Try to extract as much experience out of them as possible. And basically avoid wasting the hover bombs too much when it comes to EXP generation. Oh, hey, look, this one didn't die in a single hit. That's annoying. Who said you could do that, enemy? That seemed like it was worth it, because there was a pretty well-clustered group of enemies there. And yeah, as you can see, and you already know, of course, the proto-pets, they just sort of multiply themselves. It's ridiculously fast. And that's where the Plasma Storm is going to come in handy. Because look at that, we just cracked through a huge group of them instantly. Very nice, and worth a good chunk of change to boot. Such a good weapon. Oh, man. Meanwhile, the hover bomb gun. It sure is the something of all time, that's for sure. It's not even what it would want to be, really. Alright, up and over this tipped over bus. And there's the taxi, which should take us to the bank. Yeah. Tesla barrier, and in we go. I probably could have stood to restock, but oops. Those things just immediately explode. Now, it's this big megacorp pyramid thing that we've got to deal with here. But first, we're going to try cleaning up this area a little bit. Farm a little bit of EXP for our hover bombs here. Oh, hey, we got both of them. Excellent. Alright, and the area is clear, so now we switch on over to the Hypnomatic. And we're going to want a first person for this. In order to go looking for a switch, I think. But we need to be the... Well, I think technically we just died. I'm not perfectly sure of what I'm looking for here. But I don't think I need to be down here. Oh, there we go again. I'm gonna... Okay, So I guess when it explodes, it does actually, Okay, like, I think I see a seam in the texture, or maybe I'm just crazy. I am just imagining things at this point. Telling me put it in the exact middle and then detonate, and it's not seeming to work. I need to clear the area first. Oh no, it doesn't say ground level, so... It just needs to be up in the front. Oh, that didn't work. I heard something break, I just didn't see anything change. Might have just been the breaking sound from the junk bots. And if this is the case, why can't I just use any explosive, really? I'm gonna look for a different guide real quick. I feel like an idiot here, but, Oh, this one says literally the exact same thing. So I'm pretty sure this is just made by the same person, just split up into smaller... That is the case. Wow, that's some... Boy, people mythologize the game FAQs era of things a little too much, don't they? No, it's two different people. Thonk. At least it's two different people according to the names on the... I have to go into a more in-depth guide. Oh my god. Ugh. It's because the jackass who wrote both of those guides said front side and they meant down here in front of where you are, not from where you entered that part of the level. I hope something really horrible happened to that person. Or at least I hope they stubbed their toe in an incredibly embarrassing way and they never lived it down. Imagine writing an FAQ for a video game and writing it well. Couldn't fucking happen, I swear. I mean, I shouldn't be mad. It's free video game information, and again, should you be figuring this out for yourself? Maybe so, but it's a 20-year-old game. Anyway, that's enough ranting. Let's get out of here. Alright. We're just collecting a little bit of free money. I'm making an effort to help these citizens with their weird fur balls that can kill them. Let's restock on everything. And go back to Grelban after that embarrassing display of terrible writing on the part of the person whose guide I was using. There's some people who are genuinely certain levels of bad at video games. They really need stuff like that to help them out, but... well... whatever. I'm done complaining for now. Until later, when I'm sure it'll come up again. Yeah, like I said, something else is bound to come up, I'm sure. Alright, so here we are. Take this thing out, and we start off by... not dealing with the side path? Okay. I could have sworn we could deal with that now, but maybe we have to wait. I guess we will. Unless we can potentially aim at it from here. Nope. You can hear some weird chatter in the background, though. Remember to strafe through this section. It will help you out quite a bit. And try not to take too many hits because, well, that's just a bad idea. And don't fall in the water. That's an even worse idea. Alright, and that area is set up. Okay, this is not how I remember this playing out, that's for sure. Oh good, there's this going on. Well, they got weird little human voices, it's creepy. All right. So here we are. We've got a water section. I think if we dive too deep, it's a death pit. Maybe not. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, okay. This area is filled in. It's just that there were death pits earlier in the level. But they added some lasers, all right. Oh, I would have... That would have been so slick if I'd made it through there without even trying. But it cannot be helped sometimes. Oh, that is some thick underwater fog. Murdering my draw distance. Oh, it's in the other area. Right. Dumb. Alright. Back down we go. Okay, this is just the way out? Yeah. Turn to the surface, and yeah. Out. Actually, a second. There's another. No, that's just a weird gate, isn't it?
Nice digs.
Yeah. It's a little remnant from my previous life.
You were reincarnated?
No.
Clank,
no.
please.
My Megacorp days. They've got a very generous bonus package.
Right. So now that you've got your ID badge, how do we take out the protopet?
Watch this.
Mommy, where do protopets come from?
Why, they come from Megacorp, dear.
That's right, Mrs. Robot. All of the protopets in the galaxy come from right here, in our factory. Your little friend is lovingly extracted from the original protopet. Each protopet is given a name and birth certificate that is unique. Our training system helps mold your pet into a wonderful friend that you'll cherish forever. So the next time
Oh, that
your
sounds like
child
fun,
asks,
or it looks like fun.
Mommy, where do protopets come from?
you can answer with confidence. They come from Megacorp.
That factory is using the original protopet to produce all the others.
Exactly. If we can take out the original protopet, that'll shut him down permanently.
20% off a complete service at Groovy Lube?
Oops. Wrong one. This will deactivate the door to the protopet duplication area. I'll meet you there.
Sure you want to split up?
Well, Megacorp's orbital defenses are nasty. With 2 ships, there's a good chance at least one of us will get through.
Good thinking. Just be careful.
Oh,
Right.
that's gonna be a bit of a problem, I see. Alright, so before we go, we've got one more crystal to get, and I'm gonna explore this little parapet here, which is not at all what it is, but I'm gonna make sure that it's not hidden back here and make an ass out of me. And then we have a few more platinum bolts to pick up, which will be one here. There's 2 more on the final planet. And there's one more somewhere that I don't know where it is. I don't know which one we missed. I'm gonna guess it's the other one at Maktar Resort, and I'm just being a dumbass as usual. But this thing should help us be able to find that crystal a little bit faster, just by virtue of the fact that it moves at a much nicer speed. And it can flatten those dudes, and it doesn't care about ice-cold water. You know, overall, it's the full package. Not to be confused with the Saints Row the Third compilation of the same name, which, incidentally, I don't think was actually the full set of everything. Even before the remaster existed, and it did not include that. But, regardless... Alright, well, we managed to fishtail our way back up onto the upper level here. So, here we go. We begin our odyssey of trying very, very hard to find one of these crystals or a mini-boss. We are managing to at least run over a couple of the Yetis, and we're getting some money from them, so that's nice. So even if we don't manage to find this thing, we managed to do some work here at least, I think. Because yeah, this thing is definitely quite resilient, which is very helpful considering how painful these fucking Yetis are. And the fact that they jostle us around this badly while we're in the ship, too. I don't care about the Raritanium. We don't have any more ship upgrades to buy. Like, I think there's maybe one more skin in the entire game. And that's it. see a slightly suspicious looking chunk there. No, it's too low to the ground. I'm just... I was just hoping it was something and it wasn't. Thinking, is this a thing that can glitch? Because I think one of the moonstones can glitch. And that would just hurt me immensely, if that's the case. Well, yes, but like beyond the normal, like it's one that's acknowledged a little more, I think. Oh boy, look at all these duders. We gotta thin the herd a little bit here. That was satisfying. Oh, you can see we're really in it now. Our thing is turning red. Our hood, not... Hood. HUD, not our ship. Well, there goes the ship. Tried to use it to our advantage, and the game said no. Oh, but hey, here's another ship. That's neat. Eh, fuck it. It doesn't seem like it actually helps us that much. Was that bridge there before? I mean, the bridge just goes out to the rest of the ice waste, but I don't think it drew in before, so... That does have me quite worried. Oh, don't. Oh, there it is. I see it. It didn't glitch out. I'm just an idiot. And by me and an idiot, I mean me and an idiot. For real this time. I can take the blame here. Also, where the hell am I? Where the hell am I? Oh man, look at all these dudes here. I'm actually going to farm them for a little bit of EXP because I got some cash. And we do have one more thing to grab here before we go. Oh, I think they all despawned. Damn it. That was a nice big bundle of EXP I could have got for this thing. Oh, well. I think there's a fair amount that we can get in the final level at least, so. Let's not get too heartbroken about it. And so we go down here. And these are all going to be hypnomatic bots, so there's no real reason to fight these dudes with our actual weapons because, yeah, they don't give experience. They don't even give bolts. They're just there to serve as a tax system, I guess. A hit point tax, specifically. Kind of sound like the defective turrets from Portal 2. A little bit. So in here, there should be, there we go. Alright. A bunch of Yetis. These guys are actually worth money, I think, but they might be a little hard to kill. Yep. There should be a switch that we can hit. Or at least I want to get my money. Oh, there it is. And that opens the room. Had to move. Sorry, it's been like 3 hours since I moved. Should allow us to go up here. Alright, we got some chests and... chests. Crates, pardon me. Chests. Wrong genre of game, jeez. And we got one of these. Alright, so... with that, we should now be at... if we had been doing things right, we should be at 5 platinum bolts, but as you can see... I'm still missing one, so I think I'm going to have to go over a couple of planets with a fairly fine-tooth comb before we go to the final world and take that on. Anything left to get here? No, we just fought those dudes with a... oh, right, I need shields. Max those out real quick. Oh, that is definitely something that sounds completely unnecessary. That's a little ridiculous. Okay, no, that's not how you would get at it, I don't think. Because they want you to, like, sidle along the edge to grab at it, I think. Just not the way I was thinking of. Let's just go up and take a look and see if it's on top of the little building here. Because I think I got this, but it's very possible that I did not. Yeah, see, it would be up here if it was. But no, I already got this one. I got the other one that was here. Alright, let me go. I have one other idea as to where it could be, because there's another one that I don't think I got, but we're going to go back to the list here. And it would be here. Because, yeah, we got one after the tractor beam. Got the one on the Swamp Lapras. We got the two at Mactar Nebula. Got the crane one, right? Got the one that pop off. Got the one over bike races. Things aren't even worth the effort, really, so I'm not even trying to get their EXP. If I get some of their money by accident, you know, I'm not going to be too tore up, but I'm not trying for the money either. I'm apparently not trying to dodge the hits either. Oh boy. Speaking of the hits, they just keep on coming, huh? Ship comes up, I might blow that up. That might be worth something, but probably not. Behind this, I think, is where it usually is. Not there. And there's this weird art object that, no, you can't climb this as far as I know. And even if you could, there isn't anything up there. Again, as far as I know. Unless it's that Megacorp thing, which I don't think I ever broke. No, if it is, it's not here either. The only other option I can think of is the one in the crane room? I got that, didn't I? I feel quite confident that I got the one in the crane room. One with the Felton system, which we screwed up getting before. Oh, no attack. Behind the... Yeah, I'm really just ignoring the sweeper bots entirely, because they mean nothing to me. They're not even really worth a ton of experience, so why bother, right? Right. Alright, this is the room that we're looking for. The infiltrator gate is sealed, but you saw us do that before. And yeah, this is where the platinum bolt is in the crane area, and it's not here. I know I got the other one. I got both of them on Siberius. Section. That might be it. It might be the one in Tabora in the middle of the desert, because I don't think I got... I very well may not have got that, is what I'm trying to say. Obviously, we got the one at the end of the glider section. We got the one in the mining area, which we already saw. Got both the ones on Dobo. That's the other side. That seems like we got that, though. I feel like we got this while we were on the little dropship thingy. There's no way it's this. I distinctly remember getting it, so what am I doing? It's gonna go back. I'm gonna try and see if it's the glider course It shouldn't be the glider course, but we'll try anyway. Take us glider course. Yeah, here it is. All right. I'm pretty sure we got this, but I'll just double check. Just in case. And we'll screw it up again just to be sure. God damn it. Why am I screwing up this easy glider section other than the fact that the glider can butts? All right, well then I am just out of ideas. Then I tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. So I guess we're gonna have one more extra thing to get in challenge mode. Unless I did it dumb here and I didn't actually get the one that I thought I did. So we're gonna try this again. Alright, we get to destroy a bunch of stuff as we go, so it's fine. Because I distinctly remember doing this and having a bit of a rough time with it because, well, it's not easy. These guys aren't even worth spending ammunition on. Now, these guys might be worth a little bit of EXP, so... Not a ton, but a little bit. And amazingly, none of those ammo crates dropped any hover bomb experience. Ammunition. Because somebody's a jerk at this company. Oh, just heard a bunch of explosives go off. Oh, I see. There's this guy who was trying to do an ambush, but he couldn't find me, so... Most ineffectual ambush you've ever seen. And the way I didn't get a cutscene for that makes me think that, yeah, it's definitely been looted. In fact, yeah, absolutely. We saw me do that on this stream. So, what the hell am I thinking? Answer is, I'm kind of not. I'm just really annoyed because I don't know where this last goddamn bolt is. We got all the ones in Bolden. We've got the ones... Todano, I think, is probably the last place that I can actually think of that there would seriously be one. And that, even then, I strongly doubt. We're going to take a look, though. Again, checking all of these locations to make absolutely sure that I've gotten all of them. That way I can, at the end of things, just go, what the fuck? There's 40 of these in the game. Why am I coming up one short? And of course, I end up all the way back here, because that's useful. Well, that's alright. Second, I gotta... Here that I'm trying to remove.
Welcome to the Megacorp Factory. I'm here to give you a guided tour of Megacorp's magnificent achievements in missile technology. Megacorp manufactures everything, from their products, pet toys, and even intergalactic price.
Sorry about that. Let's get going. Alright. Start luring these squirrels together and do that. That was a waste of a bomb. I was not expecting it to go off instantly. Fuck, that was bad. Yeah, screw it. We're going this way. Up to the observation deck. And I guess the warp to the nerd is not going to be here anymore, huh? I'm going to have to do that manually. But even then, that shouldn't be what I'm looking for, because I'm pretty sure I distinctly remember getting that. But I will look anyway, just to be sure. Because if I did just skip over it several times in a row, that would make me feel incredibly dumb. And that's funny to people. Yeah, see, we got it. Alright, so now we go back to the rest of this path, and we go to the room with... the first room with the conveyor belts, anyway. Now the second two. Only the first one could still be there, which requires the spider bot. Oh yeah, by the way, yes, you can kill those things in one hit if you hit them hard enough. I don't know what I was saying several streams ago about the other thing, I just probably didn't have anything strong enough at the time. Up, and... oh no, the room is open, so we definitely got this one. Unless we somehow... I highly doubt we missed the one at the very beginning of the level. As I'm pretty sure I made a very pointed note of that thing existing, basically. But we'll find out. Wouldn't be the first stupid mistake I've made today. Or whenever I made said stupid mistake. Alright, back out we go. Do this. Vendor. Get all of our ammunition back. Yeah, let's just blow up the tourists for ourselves. That'll...
Is the CX-9 Galaxy Cruise Rocket. Put our first test squirrel, Bobo, into a black hole. Sadly, Bobo. This is one of Megacorp's furry.
Got both the ones on Smolg. We got the ones in Damocel. On Grelban. This is genuinely irritating me quite strongly.
Finally, we have the Triple B, or Big Badass Bob. This popular product was instrumental in defeating our competitors and making Megacorp the one and only choice.
That's the level of frustration I'm at, folks.
Thank you for visiting the Megacorp Armory. Further any questions? No? Have a safe trip. And don't forget to visit our souvenir shop. Goodbye.
No, I got this, right? Yeah, I got this. Nothing there. Our camera. So the last... There's only 2 other places where I can think of that I might not have gotten them, and those are the last few places I can go look. And we're gonna go look for them, and we're gonna come up short. We're gonna be disappointed and very confused, and then we're gonna go beat the game. And yeah. So we start at the top of the list. Again, I'm quite sure I got the one from the guy with the thing. You know, the tractor beam. There we go. 1 second. Game is trying to win my sympathies by giving me bolts as I land on the planet. That's funny. This one keep taking us. And it leads us over here. This may not be the location I'm thinking of, but we're gonna figure this out together, don't worry. Small amount of bolts. Well, it's especially small because we're repeating a level this early in the game, huh? Does this guy take me all the way back to the start, or what? This takes me all the way back to the start. Well, that's okay. This is a simple area anyway. Brief pause. Yeah, now I'm looking at a different thing to see if... Okay, so it may not actually be this path, and I've just been kind of a fool the whole time. If we sink into the swamp, will that just take us back to the start? Come on, please take us back to the start. Yes, okay. Oh, I see. I see you. I don't remember you before. That's right. I was thinking it was the one that was the floating landmass in the middle of that big room with all the swamp laprases. It's actually here. Do I remember Riptor from Killer Instinct? No. No, I don't. Because I'm just sort of stuck here like, which one is, But yeah, there we go. Now we can go and finally finish the buying a bunch of mods. Hang on. Velociraptor kind of cyborg. Yeah, I figured from the name Riptor that if the character wasn't a Velociraptor, then she was pretty similar, but fair enough. Alright. We're gonna go mod shopping real quick. And we're gonna go buy a bunch of shit for ourselves. Take 1 point of damage extra for no good reason, as we are wont to do. Alright. Now, lock-on mod for the hover bomb gun. Fuck you, I don't need that. Acid mod for the multi-star will leave. Yes. Oh no, there's that we can ignore. Alright, so with 4 left in the store, I'm going to assume that the last mod in the game, which is the lock-on mod for the Rhino 2, costs 2 to purchase. As there are currently 5 platinum bolts left in the game. Or 4, pardon me. Whatever. Fuck it, math. I don't know. Yeah, we're missing 5. There's 4 left. 4 points worth of purchasing power left, I think there were. Yeah, because we skipped the acid mod for the tank. And we skipped the lock-on for the multi-star and for the hover bomb gun. So it'll cost 1. Pardon me when it comes to whatever I said. I was an idiot 10 seconds ago, and I still am one now, but on a different level. Anyway, yeah, that platinum bolt we just saw through a fortuitous sweep of the camera, that's going to be super easy to get. Because we can just grind on these bridges, on the suspension bridge supports. Or Ratchet can have a bad time. I guess I got to be on the other end of it. Fair enough. Yeah, there we go. All right. And now... yeah, so the Zodiac is the only thing remaining in the shop here. Right, Hypnomatic time. Beam your ass across there and get all these bolts. I think I just saw the... no, what I saw was a jostling box of Protopets. Which, you know, they look so similar, am I right? My eyesight must not be what it used to be like 3 seconds ago. And hey, look, a switch maze. That's barely a maze, really, but eh. Listen, we'll cut him some slack and we'll call it a maze. All right, and that opens that up. And we can get in on our end of the bargain. Nice. Hit them both in the same shot. If I'd been doing more of that, that would have really cleaned house, but we're still in good shape. Go up here, and this is the checkpoint, so we're going to go over to this side here and clean up the rest of these troopers, grab some bolts, if applicable. Okay, I think that's later on in the... Okay. We're out of those. Around the Tesla barrier. Heavy bouncer. And it's time for some work. Hey, come on, open the last garage here. Great. Oh yeah, we gotta do another one of these sections here. Oh, I don't think we want to shoot those because we need to... Oh, I remember this part. Yeah, we have to refresh in between little bits here and make sure we don't run completely out of time. Because we have quite a gauntlet to face down here. Door back here, I think. Yeah, that opens the main gate into the belly of the beast, right into Megacorp headquarters. We take a second to load in properly. Alright, reload. Especially the heavy bouncer, because that is a good piece of kit. And let's take this thing out. Nice triple kill. That should hopefully be worth a good chunk of experience. And we've got these mounds that we have to get on top of, right? Yeah, as soon as I saw this, I remembered that this provides us with a bit of a vantage point here to operate from. And I may have been wrong about that. It's been known to happen, and quite regularly at that, actually. So... And hey, there we go. Last weapon upgrade of the main game. We got the Tetra Bomb gun. Despite the name, it fires 5 bombs. Does it? Yeah, it's 5. And as you'd probably guess, they do pretty good damage and can cover a wide area, so you can lay down a massive swath of destruction with that thing. It's a very strong weapon, but it's far too unwieldy for me to use in most cases. Like, being able to nuke a huge area sounds great until you realize that you basically have no say over what that huge area is. All right. In this room, they're giving us everything. And that everything does include a health refill, so that's great. I'm a little less scared now. But man, they are just throwing out all of these chuckleheads. Oh, and there's an infiltrator puzzle at the end, too. Lovely. Can these things stop spawning in, please? There's just too many of them already. Come on. You know you want to end. There we go. Alright, one last infiltrator puzzle for the game. Fuck. Okay. Reset. Yeah, controlling this one is not going to be easy, it looks like. And that's going to be the Fuck me! I didn't mean to go backwards. Oh, man. Alright, so now I gotta do that properly. Yeah, there's nothing there. I forgot already. Damn it! Go up! A problem is that I'm just having such trouble controlling this properly that I don't know where to go. There we go. Finally! Alright, I got an idea. Use the thing that Megacorp doesn't own yet. Melt down all the ice in this room. And refreeze it. Shield up. And swing and swing. Oh, joy of joys. We've got these dudes. In fact, a salvo of 10 missiles. The hell am I saying? If only, right? The fact that a salvo of 4 missiles can't take those things down in a single go is kind of indicative of the fact that they are nasty bastards. If only I had enough money to get the Rhino too, but I don't. It's fine, we don't need it. It just makes our lives a little bit easier. Alright, and this is going to be the final electrolyzer of the game, I think. I mean, maybe the Tetra Bomb glove could have taken care of that. Glove, yeah, there you go. Easily enough, but I don't know. Alright, electrolyzer time. Oh, that was dumb of me. There we go. That should let us take this across to the other side. And we're almost there. There's that last platinum bolt of the game. Other than the 3 that we haven't gotten yet. But, you know. Aside from that... And yeah, here's where we need to use the tractor beam. Pull this thing out the way. And we go find ourselves a little grind course. I don't think we have to do this perfectly to survive it, but at the end, yeah, see, it doesn't kill us. It hurts us through our shield, but that's it. And there it is, Platinum Bolt number 40, which is only number 39, 37 in my inventory. But we will get those in challenge mode. If not on camera, then certainly they will be got in challenge mode, because I will do that on camera. I'll show you guys challenge mode. And we'll blitz through it about as hard as we can. Get out of my fucking way, guys. There's too many of you. How many commandos does one office building need? Jeez.
I'm sorry I'm late. I had some trouble with the guards.
No problem. You're just in time. Okay.
Let's kick his ass, Seabass.
She is trying to tell us something.
Eh?
Bye now. Enjoy the Hygienator. Remember, you bought it from Steve. Steve McQuark. Indeed. Now that I've sold my 1 millionth Hygienator, I can finance the comeback of the greatest superhero who ever lived, Captain Quark! All I need now is a new galaxy with a new fan base so I can rescue them from a new disaster!
Who's he talking to and recording this for? Because it seems like that's what he's doing.
But
Sir, I do not understand.
Mr. Fizzwidget?
This is bad.
All right, just what the is going on?
Allow me to explain. I'm about to save the galaxy from the Protopets, and you are about to become public enemy number 1. Oh, and 2 and 3. Guards, seize them!
I don't know. We've torn through enough of those fuckers already that, you know.
Showtime! Citizens of Bogon, I am Captain Quark. I come to you in this, your darkest of hours, to shine the flashlight of justice on your galaxy.
flashlight of justice? Oh.
As you know, a living menace called the Protopet has been set loose in your galaxy. But fear not, Bogonites. I, Captain Quark, have caught the perpetrators. Yes, good citizens,
these are the masterminds behind Megacorp's experiment with death. And now, with this, super electro gadget I invented, I will end the protopet threat once and for all.
That's my Helixamorph. I invented.
Ahem. Stay tuned, dear viewers, as I amplify the signal from this helixo thingy and render every protopet in the galaxy completely harmless. Allow me to demonstrate. Bobby!
Well, gee, at least it was only a demo.
Does that Helixamorph actually work?
It used to. I could probably fix it.
Come on, Clank. Let's get it back.
But yeah, more important things to worry about. We've got a big, angry, fucked up looking thing over there. Get all our stuff back. Grapple across. Tessel barrier. Equip the Tetra Bomb gun for maximum DPS. And this thing. I know that looks like a shield, but he's just rolling around. Not even at the speed of sound. Although, damn does it hurt. I think it just goes straight through the shield just by virtue of being, well, yeah. It's just crushing you. My computer screen isn't that shiny, and that's a little bit... I think that's a little bit too far, personally. That's... You know, that may just be me, but... Anyway, yeah. Easy boss, probably because we are just packed to the gills. I bet if you're doing a run with not a lot of weapons, this could be a little rough.
Did it!
But we did just steamroll that thing pretty heartily.
It's okay. This is the real Mr. Fizzwidget. Quark had him tied up in a supply closet all this time.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me.
Have my most profound gratitude.
It was nothing, sir. I'm just sorry we couldn't get the Helixamorph back.
Oh geez, he's covered in saliva. Oh geez, it's covered in double saliva.
What's wrong with it?
I don't know. It could take months of research and...
The battery is in backwards.
Oops. That's not how any electronics work.
Down, boy.
I just have to amplify the device with Megacorp's TV transponders, and that should cure the other protopets.
Clank? Uh-oh. It's okay. I can fix her.
Well, at least she didn't blow up completely. Kind of impressed at that range. And there we go, folks. The end of the main game of Ratchet and Clank Going Commando. I forgot the subtitle for a second. Like I said, I am going to do a run of challenge mode. This game is full of some pretty tough stuff, and you can tell that I got a little bit frustrated by a few minor things here and there, but overall, it's a better balanced affair than the original. And it's just, this is genuinely a really good game. This is one of my top games on the PS2. I would say that if you are interested in the PlayStation 2 and you like platformers, make sure you get this, or really, even if you don't, give it some consideration anyway. A few minor things that could have been stood to have been brought over from the first game, but, you know, what can you do? Sometimes you look at what you have, and you're like, well, we can do better than this, and you don't always pick up on all the things you should keep. Oh, hey, Gregory's name is in all lowercase there. That's a little weird. Oh, God, Mark Cerny. Ew. David Burgode made some pretty great music this time around.
So, what do you like to do for fun? Oh, my goodness.
So, whatever happened to Quark?
I heard he was working at Megacorp.
So, you fellas new here? You boys should sign up for the new Probomatic. That little baby cleans you something fierce. I just got done testing the full body waxinator. I am personally sporting a smooth chassis, and there are no tags on my luggage. All right then. Catch you later.
Subject 23A. Please report immediately for crotchetizer testing.
Well, duty calls.
And yeah, there's a couple of these little things in the credits that are just like weird little skits. I'm not sure why they're here, but you know what? More power to you. So something that I think I brought this up. Oh, Super Greg. There we go. Better than just regular Greg. Anyway, I think I brought this up in a recent stream. But it's definitely something that came up in a conversation as a result of the new Pokemon games. And it is that these games for the PS2, obviously, Ratchet and Clank was a pretty hot franchise for a little while from SCE America. And so how Insomniac developed these is that they basically just hacked everything on top of the previous game of the franchise. So like all the assets and like all the weapons and stuff are basically just patched onto Ratchet and Clank 1. Which is how they managed to turn these things around in a year. And I think that that's an approach that game companies should just go back to, really, for a series like that are that heavy on games like Pokemon. If they're going to keep making Pokemon games as often as they are, then clearly they got to do something like that. Roger Bumpass. I'm pretty sure it's like Bumpus or something, but... there's Steve Bloom. I think that's the same Steve Bloom. Credited in full for some reason. Kim, my guest, there's... she was... Mei-Ling, pardon me, in Metal Gear Solid, I think. Kim, my guest, was in Metal Gear Solid. I know that. The Metal Gear Solid voice cast, though, is one that's in, like, every game, pretty much, from that period. David Hayter, Paul Eiding. It's like those dudes and Greg Eagles. If you take that group together... Actually, no, Greg Eagles was in that game, wasn't he? Yeah, Greg Eagles was in MGS1. Basically, like, the MGS1 voice cast is just in a massive percentage of games from this particular era. Most part, that one had it coming, yeah. That's like something you'd see in a Worms credit sequence.
All right, fellas, nice and tight now. So you tested this, right? Oh, wait, that's why I'm here.
Yeah, okay. Greg Eagles is Gray Fox, pardon me. Credited as George Bird, maybe that's why I... Well, I mean, basically it's the idea of just, like, take the engine and just recycle as much of the other assets as possible, too. But basically, you take Sword and Shield, and then you hack together new maps and collision and stuff. Assets being a very wide thing here, you know. You put the new Pokemon in, the new moves, everything, and just build the rest of the game on top of what exists. And then anything that needs to be improved later, do that later. It's not exactly like they're making this for a new console either. Scarlet and Violet are on the Switch, and Sword and Shield were on the Switch too. So they can keep the same models. They can get away with it. Although if they feel like they can't, work on that afterwards, after making sure that the rest of the game works. And I feel like there were some people who were saying that some of the contents were a little, that there were some little bits of coding that were a little unnecessary, but whatever. We'll see how that goes when it comes to any patches and stuff afterwards. Anywho, we're going to do a little bit of challenge mode in order to show off one of the big gimmicks of this. I mean, maybe. I guess I'm not like an engine expert. I'm not an engineer. That's surely the term for it, right? Probably not. Yeah. Okay, so I think our quick select has been completely nuked. Yeah. So we're just gonna put a few token weapons in here to start with. We want area of effect as our big thing. I mean, the heavy lancer already does a little bit of that too, so good gracious. But there it is, the bolt multiplier. The more kills you get between taking hits, the more your bolt multiplier. The bolt multiplier, jeez, oh man, that's a little rough to say. The more that goes up, and the more money you can get. And let me tell you, that's going to make our lives a hell of a lot easier. Yes, thank you. That's a forced tutorial that we can't shut off, and the game just explained a thing that I explained. That's why that's a big part of why I turned off the help desk for this game, is because I was getting kind of tired of being the idiot who just explained something and then the game explains it for me. Well, I'm never going to stop trying to explain shit, so I may as well just make the game stop. You know? Not to be confused with the store. I re-upped my membership and they took my membership points. Sons of bitches. I couldn't even get my discount on my order. Whatever. $60 for Sonic Frontiers and Disco Elysium is not terrible. I already own Disco Elysium on PC, but why not? I'll pick it up on console. Oh yeah, I gotta remember to properly skip the cutscenes. I don't think we can put in any sort of like cutscene auto skip. Wow, that was a massive just arcing shot that was terrible. And down we go. Alright, Tesla barrier. But yes, there is a good damn reason for us to want to ratchet up, pun intended, I guess, these numbers of bolts. And we'll see it once we have access to a shop. We do still have the box breaker, right? Yes, we still have the box breaker. We got the armor magnetizer and the mapper. That's nice. That's some good business. $15 bolt multiplier is pretty decent to start with.
Ratchet checking in.
But we've got a lot of money we're gonna need. Trust me when you see... Oh, before you see what's in the... Alright, so let's take a look at this shop. Oh, we've got these yellow versions of weapons. We've got mega weapons. Mega weapon upgrades provide your weapon with a second experience bar. Oh yes, we are going to be level grinding everything again. This is gonna be one hell of a game. Also, we can get some free upgrades for these things. And by free, I mean not free, but we don't have to level grind them at least. And we've got the Clank Zapper for this much money. And wow, that took like 300k. That must have been mostly focused in the Mega Fizzabomb. And yeah, the Rhino 2 is available in the shop now. We don't have to go to the merchant on Barlow specifically. But for our purposes, we're going to buy this thing, obviously. And yes, indeed, our life is going to be full of a lot of... grinding up large amounts of cash. In this here challenge mode playthrough. Cash and experience, for that matter, because, yeah. Although, we're already seeing a little red mark on our EXP meter for the heavy bouncer. Also, you will notice that they do increase our ammunition a good chunk. We went from 25 on this thing to 40. You get some other really good ones, like the mini nuke ends up with, I think, 30 ammunition at the end. And sure, the mini nuke is got kind of a ceiling in terms of its power. But 30 shots of that is still pretty, nothing to sneeze at levels, that's for sure. Nice. And yeah, we've still got 16 more nanotech to get before we've maxed out. Thankfully, we got all the items, so we don't have to go exploring for those. Richter Belmont. I forgot what his name was. Yeah. He died. Well, the announcement, I got that earlier today, or, you know, in this case, just meaning in the past 24 hours, but... Oh, it took away my thing. Damn it. Well, so much for my bolt multiplier. This guy's kind of a jerk anyway. Sometimes he can be hard to predict where he's going to swing. The other thing to note, however, is that the bolt multipliers do not apply to the crystal and moonstone drops. However, those, I think, get a flat multiplier of, like, 10 or something in this mode. So, while I will probably not be mining all the crystals on camera, it is a good way to make money. Alright, Dynamo get. I bet this place is going to be worth a decent chunk of change now.
Thank you for choosing Megacorp, where our customers come first.
Maybe not as much as I hoped. Oh well.
Shoes are required when shopping at Megacorp.
Fuck! Damn it! I meant to jump there. But as you can see, I failed to. It's okay. Thankfully, dying doesn't actually reset your multiplier. However, of course, usually when you die, you get hurt. So usually it does get reset. Like in theory, you're gonna die from damage most of the time, right? At least that's probably what the developers intended to some extent. Of course, this game is also just full of bottomless pits. Or otherwise things that instant kill you. It just amazes me that they give you something like this for this cheap. This is a great way to be starting off a playthrough. Of course, it doesn't beat free, which it is in Ratchet and Clank 3, but we'll get to that game someday or another. Probably not this month. Well, clearly not this month. There's not enough time this month. What I meant to say is probably not this year, maybe sometime next year, because December is going to be my big sweep up all the things that I meant to finish earlier this year month, and also probably Sonic 06. Or at least I'd like to try to get that in there.
Ratchet.
Oh yeah, by the way, armor vendor. And yeah, it's still using just the same Carbonox armor. That's the only... There's no new armor in this mode. And go down this way. Remember this way? I remember this way. Pinky finger on my left hand is going a little numb. Well, I haven't set down this controller in a bit. Certainly not enough, anyway. And yeah, you can see the prices for the story purchases have not changed, so that's still only 1,000 bolts. And that's really easy money to get now. No, we can't just get old platinum bolts to increase our counter, but let me tell you, that would make my life a hell of a lot easier. But would get removed from the rotation because something would have to give. Anyway, let's go on to Maktar and we'll save there. Oh, by the way, yeah, we have access to the ship shack now for free. And of course, on some level, I'm doing this just so that way I can just blaze. So that way I can blaze through Whoopash Nebula, pardon me, before, so that way I don't have to do it next time if I do any of this on stream. Which, I don't know, I may just cut most of this and be like, okay, I'm gonna do a video showing things off at the end or something. Because we've seen this entire game, really. What can I hit with this? There we... Wow. I took out one enemy. That's some fantastic work on my part. The nuke strat was almost going to facilitate things a little bit, and then it didn't. Hey, another nuke. Alright. Any viable targets? There we go. I took out one enemy. Once again. Best nuke in the game. Nope. Didn't even need to switch the missiles. Alright. Nice and easy, but not nearly as much as I wish it was. Oh well. What can you do? Area secure. Let's get to Maktar and save and call it. Oh, we should check this out. Right. We've got list of skill points here. Weapon envy is for getting all the weapons. Nano to the max is for maxing out our thing. Movies, we can watch through a bunch of cinema. We got other categories here. I guess we gotta complete more shit to get those. We can see the sketchbook. We can watch our entire set of cinematics here. We can watch the credits again if we want to. I would like to leave this. Well, oops.